G'day everybody, and welcome back for more Assertive Combat Systems modding. Last time the stream didn't go so well. Hopefully this time it'll go a bit better. Hopefully Twitch and OBS behave today. In front of me I have the next batch of 10 ships, as I spent most of yesterday afternoon incorporating all of the previous batch into the mod. So now, in terms of space cargo ships, these are the ones we've got. And in terms of Atmo, we've got all these. And all of them are properly integrated. I did get told by Pav that one of the ships decided not to move. Which one did he tell me? Might check on it before I forget. The Manta. I'll check on it later. Someone remind me towards the end of the stream to check on this one, because apparently it didn't move, but that might have just been the version I sent him. So I've sent Pav a version of the Assertive Combat Systems mod, because Pav's the guy who made 90% of the Assertive Bunkers mod. So what we're planning on doing is all of the Assertive Bunkers stuff will be included in Assertive Combat Systems, but to enable it, you'll subscribe to a dummy mod, which will be the Assertive Bunkers. If you're not subscribed to it and have it active in your world, then you won't see any of those spawns. But if you are and you have it active, then you'll see those spawns. I'm tempted to do a similar thing for some of the bigger Assertive installations. I want some installations as part of the core mod, because I've got some that aren't actively hostile, but I'll still keep deliberating on that one. So, what we have here, if I can go back to the correct Discord, we have, first up, The Moon Dancer by PhD Composer. What I thought I'd do today is look through all of the originals, and then we'll go through the modifications, and hopefully go through my checklist too. So this is the Moon Dancer, which has a kind of me plus a bit of Capac colouring scheme, which I kind of like, plus a bit of extra purple. I like the bold colour. It's a bit Earth ship-esque, but manages to change it up enough to feel spacey by having this big gap in the back. Let's go on board. It has a lot of reactors on board and has some gravity drives, which I'm not a big fan of keeping in these ships, even though it does provide a big escape thrust. Because I can do all of that sort of stuff with Rival AI now, I don't tend to leave a lot of the timer blocks and programmable blocks and traps and things that can be done more easily with Rival AI. And it's got a single Cryo pod, and it's got a rather awkward set of stairs, which I can't actually properly climb up. You have to use your jetpack. And then this up here. So I really like the outside, but this is something I would immediately go, yep, got to rework the inside, because I'm not a big fan of walking on this surface of interior wall blocks. The reason being, the collision is perfectly flat, and it just feels a bit weird. Also, side note, thanks Terradeer, and thanks Aberrant Void for the subs. And so, next ship. Yeah, I'll keep going through all the ships and then we'll go through the alterations rather than one by one. This one. What's this one? This one is the Telesto Gas Hauler by A9. I'm kind of really liking these salvager, scavenger, half-built, struggling to survive sort of ships. I feel like they work really nicely with the Space Engineers style, and it's also kind of cool to discover things on them. But there's one thing on this that I wish I remembered to use more often, which is the build state of passage blocks. This makes some really nice scaffolding. Where's my grinder so I can show you? So these are passage blocks, just ground down to their initial build state. I just never think to use them, but they're actually really square and open and quite nice. Infamous Wizard, if you're looking for the Purgatory server, you can find the link in the description of my videos. There is a link to the server FAQ. Yeah, that was good timing, A9. Glad you're here to see me mess around with your ship. But I'm gonna definitely be using that trick with the passage blocks at some point, because I really like this corridor feel, but with the open roof. And I wonder if the new passage blocks have a similar build state. Then we got our interior. And a nice big open cockpit with a sensor that... Oh, it toggles the thruster, yeah. So again, that's the sort of sensor that's no longer needed, but when these ships were submitted almost a year and a half, 2 years ago? When was it? A year and a half ago. October the 4th, 2019. So yeah, that's this one, which I quite like. Then we go to our next one, which is The Ship by J. Matcha. Anxious Dad. I am planning on returning to Omicron. I am planning on getting back to Survival Impossible. There's a slight hiccup in my plan to get back there, in that I am currently sort of between houses. Capac and I have moved into an office because I and my partner bought a house which is getting renovated, which we cannot live in just now. So we're staying in an Airbnb of a friend, and basically it's just, I don't have anywhere easily to set up to record Survival Impossible the way I like to, with multiple perspectives and that sort of thing. So I'm just waiting until I can get into my home office to do it. At the moment, my best estimate of when that's going to happen is going to be in July. So this ship obviously is intended to look like a ship. Honestly, not a huge fan of the look like an Earth ship style in general. If any of you guys remember, there was a whatchamacallit? There was a cargo hauler oil tanker like ship in Survival Unlikely that Capac and I captured that then exploded. That might have exploded because I thought it was a bit too ridiculous for us to add on, so I might have set up a few bombs. I feel like it takes me out of the world that Space Engineers creates. This ship invites you into that world and brings you into it. This ship takes some elements from a real-world water ship, but then turns it a bit on its head. So if we ignore that smokestack and just look at the ship from here down, you can see ways that you could make this work with that sort of Space Engineer style. So that's what's happened with the one above. This one's got a fairly bare bones interior compared to what I usually do, so that got a bit of rework too. But you'll see, like with a lot of these ships, I've taken what I felt was like the core part of it and tried to bring it into the Space Engineers world in the way that fits with the rest of the style of ships I've done. You're welcome, Tobias. And thanks, Dragnon. Thanks for the tier 3 sub for 17 months. You crazy, crazy man. So, that's the ship. The next one's also by Matcha, which he made a few variants of. Basically, I figure the idea behind these was to create a drone that carried cargo containers. The cargo containers were covered in steel plate, the catwalk plates, to kind of look like a modern day shipping container. There are timers to detach these merge blocks and cause these to drop if you get too close to it, that sort of thing. I'll talk about this one once I get up to the version I made above. And then this one, I need to copy this and move it out here. This one is also made by Matcha and has an interesting thing about it, which is, let's move this sun. It's in a really awkward spot to get any light on things. Okay, that's better. So this is basically the idea of, those colonization ships where you've got varying directions of gravity. So let's walk on board. Have a look what happens. So the gravity's now shifted, which is a slight problem because I've got no way to get up. Oh no, wait. Then I can walk out here, and this is our bedroom sort of accommodations area. Tracked on. Dude. I worry about you sometimes, man. Oh. You will have to tell me if... Oh, no, you can just jump. Oh, cool. I didn't notice that before. So to get to the next level, apparently you just jump and the gravity gens catch you. Ish. No, now I'm in zero grav. Yeah, Capac would hate this ship already. Then we walk to the next one. Wait, did I miss a level? I missed a level. How did I miss a level? Yeah, there we go. Then we have our living quarters, which doesn't have any gravity. Oh. I thought this... Anyway. Then we have our cockpit up the front, which is another orientation altogether again. But this one has no gravity either. So, I think, this is one of those ships where I don't think Space Engineers can do this concept justice at this scale. Whoa, that messed with my head. I think you need a ship 2 to 3 times larger than this to do it justice, so you can have the proper transitions between the gravity sections. You can use gravity gens at every section to make sure that you naturally transition. But at this sort of scale where you've only got a single block, I think you lose something of that concept. However, I do like the rear section. The trouble with it though is it's got 2 large ions, and this ship would be fairly easy to capture, so that would instantly provide you with a huge supply of platinum, which is something that's going to have to change. Next ship. Yeah, Nulmana, that's exactly right. On that station that Capac and I explored in Survival Unlikely, that was not one of my builds, it had careful transitions with 45-degree slopes so that you could walk along and transition between the gravity zones really smoothly. And to do that, you need a really, really big space. Ships at the size of what I want for assertive cargo ships just aren't big enough. They can't be big enough to work, which is unfortunate because I do like the concept. And we're still without sun. There we go. That's a bit better. Alfie. My 4-year-old who's loving the shenanigans in survival unlikely out of nowhere while on the score on the other day. Daddy, why does Kabak die so much? Got so many stares from other parents while laughing my ass off. That's awesome. Oh, that's amazing. Oh yeah, that's great. So this is the Malgara by Eisen, which is another one of his little builds. With a nice beige interior. But I don't think it's a nice little build. I'm liking having a few of these little builds in the set because these are the ones that you'd probably be able to reasonably attack with just your jetpack and hope that you can pick off these turrets before they pick off you. I love that, Eisen. It's sand, not beige. Next up, we have the... Next up, we have the Cargo Star by Nadamir. This one's a really cool design, and I think it takes some inspiration from the old Drifting Pursuant in that drone, the vanilla drone. I really like the style. It's a bit too big. Like there are, what is it? 20 large cargo containers on this. So, little bit big. I think it still somehow meets the... yeah, it meets the PCU though. Because it doesn't have any complex stuff and it's minimized on the doors, but I think it needs a shrinking. You're right. You are right, Admir. A cargo ship does need cargo. But I think this would be cool if space engineers handled having grids like this dropped in out of nowhere more often. It doesn't handle it super well. Although, technically, from space engineers' perspective, this large cargo container is identical to a small one from a computing point of view, but still. Here we go. We can check to see how well this thing flies. Let me just find my script from Lucas that tells me how much gravity this can fly in. Okay, this can't fly in 1G. Its max lift acceleration is less than 9.8 meters per second. So yeah, needs to be made smaller and get more thrusters. Yeah, that's while empty. So, Nadamir, the reason this flew is it'll fly in 1G at high atmospheric density where the thrusters are more efficient. However, where the cargo ships fly is at 70% atmospheric density as minimum. So what Lucas did with this script was script this so that it works out what the minimum thrust you're going to get out of each of the thrusters is for a standard cargo ship setting for MES. So This is your lift at that max altitude that the standard spawns work at. So that's why I love this, having this script, and I spent a good chunk of yesterday hunting it down because I couldn't remember where I'd saved it. I knew I'd saved it though. And it's really, really handy for making sure these ships work where they're supposed to. Alrighty. On to the next ship. We have... Oh, what is with the sun today? It's just such a bad angle. There we go. We have the Mossy Bertha, which is a drone covered in moss. I really like the rounded look. Not such a fan of the mossy look. Gonna have to think about that one. But I really do like having something rounded because no one builds with these. I know I don't. And it just creates something very, very different. Kirby, it's a script that Lucas hasn't posted on the workshop. He just wrote it up for me one day and sent it to me. I think he uses it for calculating his ships as well. He sent me a more recent version of it, I think, but I've misplaced it. The next ship, we have Kier's Bioweapon Transport, which the entry to is where? Why can I not remember these things? Is it underneath? I was walking around this yesterday. What have I done? Why can't I remember? Under the back. Oh yeah, that's right, it's here. Yes. Okay. So we've got our, like, living space here. A quite nice transition between standard exterior blocks for space engineers and some wooden floor. It's pretty hard to pull off hiding a wooden floor in Space Engineers, much like in games like in all these cube building games. Hiding blocks that don't look good in one side when they look all the same is a bit difficult. And then we come up here and we've got our cockpit. Now this one has a large reactor in it which has to be gotten rid of because way too loot heavy. Something in the lockers. Oh. There is a data pad. Oh, nice. Oh, cool. I'm going to hold on to that just so that I hopefully... I think it's in the modified version. The sensor does what? Timer block trigger now. What does the timer block do? Sets up a warhead. And something else which hasn't transferred for some reason. I imagine that warhead is for setting off the reactor, but I think I've still gotten rid of it. You'll see in the next version, in the other version once we get to it, what's changed. Kirby, since it's Lucas's work, I'd have to ask him. I'm sure he'd be fine with me sharing it for stuff, but yeah. Don't want to assume. And this last... Gee, this batch is heavy matcher submissions. I think Matcher did a bunch of submissions all at once. So it's like 4 or so. So this is a deep space cryo transporter, which the entry to is over here. We've got sort of a clean room for all the medical stuff, and then you go back here and you've got some functional blocks and then a whole bunch of cryo tubes. With the addition of the catwalk blocks, this can be done very differently, which is nice because, like, having to do this all with the old blocks was very difficult. Chicken dinner. At the moment, I have closed submissions for the mod because I am still processing ships from October 2019, which means I need to catch up a lot. My plan at the moment is to try and catch up as much as catch up a reasonable amount till when there's, you know, less than 150 submissions between me and the end of the submissions. Once I do that, then I'll open up for specific ship purposes. So at the moment, the kind of idea I've got in my head is when I get to that point, I'll say, all right, submit me drones that meet these requirements. They'll be really, really strict, and see what you can come up with. And any that fit the current aesthetic, I'll just pick and choose and add. And then we can go on to other ones. So I won't necessarily be doing what I've done with all these cargo ships, which is convert them to the style that I think fits the mod. I may just pick and choose the ones that I think suit best, and that'll hopefully allow me to add more quickly. Even though I do kind of like the design challenge of bringing elements from a previous design into an updated version, so to speak. And thanks, Justin Mechanic, for the sub. Alrighty, so back to the start. Moon Dancer. Now, where is my checklist? Build checklist. So what I've done on this one is changed a couple of things. You might notice I've tried this thing with the ladders. I'm actually curious what you guys think. I've used ladder build states on these orange bits just to add a bit of texture to that flat surface on top. This uses all the clean block textures. So I wanted to use something to break up that smooth surface. So that's what I did there. That's why I added those, and I think it kind of works. The other thing I've done is, instead of having two turrets down here on the front, on either side, I've brought two orange turrets out here on the side, two big ones, which does a reasonable job of protecting from most angles from the front. Next up is down on the other one, these little balls are actually made out of laser antennae, which unfortunately contain a fair bit of superconductor components. So change them out for decoys, which kind of gives this ship a bit of a benefit, because your turret fire will be drawn towards here, will knock out the antenna, and then you won't be able to easily read distance to it. So it's a nice little cheeky effect. The tires that were back here I've turned into their build state, because I think it looks better than having the rubber. Then inside. So if we quickly go inside on this one. This is the one with the interior walls in the floor. Yeah. Then we've got a slightly more muted wood texture. Got a couple of dispensers. Feels a bit more ship-like in here now, I think. Bit of a galley kitchen. And then down to a bit of a med bay / lab area. And bathroom. And then, for going up and down the stairs, instead of ladders that you can't quite get off, very steep stairs. Now, I'm not normally a fan of using stairs this way, but in the setting of something that looks and feels like a modern day ship, I I think they work because it's that steep stair slash almost ladder thing that works, I think, reasonably well here. So we come down and we've got a few beds, a few more beds. And up to a cockpit. I really wish we had these bars without the collars on them, because I think they'd add a lot of nice detail and not be quite so specific to a bar, but oh well. Swedish Chef, I have not used the realistic thruster force mod. The reason being, most NPCs can't handle it. I think I might change these out. I really like... I tend to use these ones now for pretty much everything. I just feel like they work better for most purposes. Let's... chalice. There we go. Ah, that's interesting, O9. So the apparently the realistic thruster mod now ignores NPCs. Yeah, Shamrock. These just look... They've just got so much more detail than the old models. The old models, they don't fill out the block space, which can be useful in certain circumstances, but generally speaking, these just feel more near future, so fitting the rest of the standard Space Engineers kind of feel. So yeah, that's kind of where I tend to switch out to these days. I don't think I have built with the other style in a long time, except for very specific purposes. Kirby, I don't know how often I would use multi-block blocks in Space Engineers. I mean, I suppose if there was a performance benefit to having 2x2 or 2x1 armor blocks or things like that, and they could still be deformable, then I guess I'd try and integrate them after I'd finished the build, but it'd be rare I'd build with... So I think what we're talking about here is stuff like that, those two blocks, those two blocks being one block. I don't think I'd often build with them. I think I'd potentially optimize a build with them, but I would never build with them initially, so I don't think they'd get as much use, and so I don't think they'd be as beneficial as you might hope. So unfortunately, yeah, I don't think they're that useful, personally. Yeah, I've had some ships that I've been mostly happy with. I think every submission has had some little splitsy touch put to it. Usually lighting. I'll be honest, normally it's the lighting that I mess around with because people know how picky I am about that, so don't tend to do too much of it themselves. Speaking of, let's just copy that because I kind of like that colour. It's nice, orangey, warm. Proper tungsten lighting. It's almost sodium lighting, I think. Although that's a bit more yellow, I think. Can't remember all the different types of lights. I should be better at that, but I'm not. Yeah, it does enhance the wood feel. It makes it feel more homey. Dang, I'm gonna have to lose this table, I think, to get a light in here. Unless I put a light here. Still messes with my head working on wood floors and making a metal sound. You're right. It is a bit broken, but, you know, it's Space Engineers. Let's drop that intensity, because we got two of them. All right. Yep, Pixel Piranha. Organic wood went extinct due to me knocking all the trees down, and these are synthesized out of Capax suits. Okay, there are no lights down here. So, on there. Is there a spot for a light here? Yes, there is. It is funny. I know how silly it is sometimes that I spend so much effort on making these spaces feel right, with all the lighting and everything like that, given the fact that most of the time when people interact with these, they're shooting at them from range and they're blowing them to pieces. But I like to think that having this level of detail in the builds means that when you shoot them and you find bits of these things, there are interesting bits to find, because there are human scale elements that might remain, and you can then appreciate and go, hang on a sec, oh, that's kind of interesting. Or if you do manage to be one of those people who's good enough to do a surgical strike and take out the turrets, you've got something that's a bit more fun to build from. That's what I hope, anyway. Okay. Now, I think I got rid of a bunch of light. No, I didn't. But I might put a couple of lights on the outside. Just so this thing's more visible in the darkness of space. Let's go with interior lights. One on the other side, same. Let's make these nice and orange. Do. And I can probably do the same on top here. As long as it doesn't colour the white too much. No, I think that'll work. Again, my desire to put lights on the outside of these ships kind of feeds back into the whole people aren't necessarily going to see these things, so I may as well help them see them a little bit. Kirby, I was mentioning earlier, Survival Impossible will resume, but it's not resuming until I can move into my own house at this stage, because I just can't figure out how to make it work on with recording in the office. At least not at this stage. Put a couple on the bridge here. Yeah. Alright. So, where's my checklist? All builds must have remote control. Let's check that. Yep, we have a remote control. Have an antenna with range and name. Moon dancer. Range, yep, happy with that. Guns at adequate range and idle movement off. Turret. That's not what I wanted to look for. I want to search for it. What am I doing? Range. Idle movement off. And then need some ammo. Let's got ammo. In fact, do all the interior turrets have ammo? It's just those two Gatlings. Yes. No, Dragnot, I'm not coming off a night shift. I got no excuse. that was just a brain fart. I don't know what happened there. Oy. Okay. Now, random minor loot. That's what we need some of. We checked lighting, let's just check the grid name before I do the loot. I might move the loot bit down the list. Yeah. Lighting before loot. Yeah, grid's right. Okay. Loot, loot, loot. What are we going to do here? Let's put some foodie stuff in the kitchen. Medkit. Oh, hold up. Medkit, power kit. And now I'm going to make a new data pad. Data pad. Anyone got some funny things for a spicy chicken recipe? Yeah, Mr. Baffo, the idle movement off is primarily a performance thing. The idle movement doesn't do much, but also it makes it much harder to tell whether a turret is on or off. For those of you... hang on. I would... So the downside of Googling one is I don't have the rights to use it. Unless Wikipedia's got something. Let's see if there's something. There we go. So I'm pretty sure Wikipedia lets you use all this stuff. The harder it is to catch, the spicier it will be. Let's grab this bit. Just to make it a bit easier to read in this format. That'll do. Bin chickens are the spiciest. Just reading through the thing. Braze over large hydrogen thruster at 69,000 kilonewtons thrust override. Oh, right, yeah. Okay, that'll do. I don't expect people to read too much, but I just thought this might be a nice data pad for a kitchen. I kind of like coming up with some of these for you guys during these streams. I think it makes it more fun to find them later. Alright, more medkits. And a few power kits. Let's put a few of those in there too. Thanks, Degatius. Courtesy Wikipedia 2077. Yes! Yes! Oh yes, gotta do that. Throwback to the date, 5th. There we go. Okay, alright, Pixel Piranha, that's, I kinda like that. Let's create another one. This'll go somewhere else random. According to all known laws of aerospace engineering, there is no way a space chicken should be able to fly. Its little wings are too small to get its overly cloned body off the ground. The space chicken, of course, flies anyway, because it hasn't run out of hydrogen yet. Yeah, nice. It's kind of Capac, the space chicken. Right, just leave that one. We'll put that somewhere else. Let's go... up here. There's not really any space to put anything up here, but I can do what I often do, which is put a coffee in the pilot seat. Oh, and the co-pilot can be reading a book. There we go. Now down here. Some money and a grinder. Some more money and a welder. And a couple of construction components. Oh, laws. Ugh. So this is the only place where I can relay this. When you ran over Wait, I didn't run over Capac. When Kanajashi ran over Capac on Purgatory and asked how he felt, he should have said, tired. Yes. Oh, wait. Oh, no, I think this will do. I don't want to overdo the random loot. Cool. Random loot done. Fall out of ship. Complete. Control panel door. Oh, it's only two. Closed. Close doors, you heathen. Grid name is correct. Yay! That is one moon dancer. And, unlike previous streams, I'm going to add it to the mod right now. Control-C, F11, export. No, that doesn't seem right. Why did that... Is that just weirdly highlighted that? Oh, it's square brackets. Whoops. That. There we go. That's better. Alright, so in my export folder, I have the Moon Dancer. In my Assertive combat systems thing, I have my prefabs, my vacuum cargo ships. We move the Moon Dancer in. Pixel Piranha, if the body printer is what you're thinking of, where Capacs were being infinitely thrown out of the medbay, that's a script. That's a well-scripted mod that Lucas made for me to mess with Capac. That was that was something that I was so desperately trying to hold in my laughter until it happened. And you can, if you go back and watch that scene, you can hear me start laughing the moment Capac says, "What the?" Because I know what's happening to him. Well, I sort of knew what was happening to him. It went beyond what either of us expected. What was supposed to happen was Capac was meant to respawn, and then he was meant to see a whole bunch of his clones behind him spawning and dying and spawning and dying. What neither of us foresaw, because we'd never tested it with someone in the game with the same name as the new clones, was that the game wouldn't know which clone to put his perspective in, and it would mess with his camera so fiercely that he'd be completely lost. And so that part was very unexpected. So yeah, that was something. Alrighty, now we have our spawn groups, cargo ships, space. I'm gonna let's call it a medium one. It's pretty similar in size to the prison ship. All right. Now grab the name. Cool. And that's now in the mod. Yeah. So the medbay thing, it was where have I got that footage? Let me see if I can quickly find it. Somewhere I have a bunch of extra footage around that. That's hilarious because it was when I was messing around with testing it. Oh, I don't know where I'd put it. Dang it. No, I'm not sure where it is. Basically, I've got you can see the footage for it in one of the episodes of Survival Unlikely. I put it at the end. I was at the time teasing a 100 deaths of Capac montage, and I've got multiple medbays spitting out multiple Capacs, and they're all smacking into each other and ragdolling in mid space, which was pretty funny. All right, Moon Dancer. Now we need a picture for the Moon Dancer, and that means copy it. Let's go find a nice spot. Something that shows that it is in space is always preferable, I think. That's why I like either having the moon or an asteroid in the... Uh-oh. I hate when my spectator cam's set so fast. Should probably have that facing forward, shouldn't I? And screen cap. Wait, have I got the wrong one? I think I managed to capture the wrong one. Let's see, does this work? It's a little bit further out. Yeah. I know this doesn't have the moon in it like I'd planned, but I think this kind of works with just the hint of the planet down the bottom left. Now I need to open up the Photoshop. The new episode of Escape from Tangents. Yes, I'm guilty of this. I am very guilty of tangents. But that's kind of why I like these streams, because I don't feel guilty of getting lost in the tangents. Because it's kind of what this is. It's what happens whenever I do this work, even when I'm not streaming it. I just get distracted by things. I'm like, oh yeah, I could do that right now too. Do. Do, 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 do. Moon Dancer. Which folder was I looking in? No. Okay. Cool. Then, just because it's a bit of a style thing. Oh, nope. I'm kind of enjoying about these pics. There you go. Done. Oh, laws. You're so not sorry for that one. Oh, tangents. It's a sign of the time. Oh, spaceships. JPEG. Moon Dancer. All right. We have a picture. We have it integrated into the mod. We can now move on to ship 2. Hooray! Thanks, Syntax. Oh, center. Possibly, because you've got an X at both ends. Photoshop is not overkill because its tools are things I'm very familiar with. And this is a layered thing that I have prepped ahead of time. I use, because I've got the whole creative suite. Yeah, I couldn't even read your whole pun. I was putting all of the different... Ugh, it's just... Maths puns. Why? Why maths puns? Alrighty. So the Telesto Gas Hauler, if we compare the two, it's shrunk by 2 hydrogen tanks, but I think it's still got the same feel. I also went and just coloured the hydrogen section this kind of muted greyish blue, just to try and add a little bit of colour without taking away too much from the grey drabness of the whole thing. Because it is a bit... It just felt a bit dark everywhere. So I wanted to add a little bit of lightness into it. Can't remember what else changed. Cannot remember. Interior. Whoop. Ow. No, I don't think there was anything really needed to be done inside. But the sensor no longer does its thing, which is fine because, as I said, Rival AI now does all that. Just got to finish up the lighting, put some loot in, and fix the guns. So this one will be fairly quick. Puns are to laws like numbers are to maths. You can't have one without the other. Dragnon, it's been a while since I've been on and seen a good laws pun. I liked your reply, laws, and you still haven't. Laws, keep the puns coming. The groans from Capac are worth every bit of pain I have reading them out. Every single little bit. His groans feed my soul. Alright, so we got 4 large turrets on this thing. So that's going to be a medium. How much did the PCU work out on this? Oh, Yeah, 3,800. Pretty minimal. Right. Oh, also replaced a couple of the catwalk pieces with the modern ones rather than the old ones, but kept the old ones because it kind of felt good with that open grill look everywhere. Plus a railing in here. All right. Checklist. 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 So this is my checklist, which has everything that I should need to remember to do. On an uncharacteristically serious note, is there any mechanical reason not to put pistons the other way around? Laws, the reason everyone places the pistons with the base is because that's the only way you can place them. You'd have to merge block to stick them down, otherwise. You can't place them from the piston part and expect the piston itself to extend from that. Space Engines just doesn't allow it. Yeah, Avardin, the DLCs do add everything you need for the interior pretty much. However, if you for some reason can't get the DLC, get Ixter's decoration packs. Get Ixter's decoration pack 1 and 2, the mods, and those will cover you for most interior design until you can get them yourself. Bluish on this. Greenish. Yeah. Like there's something wrong with these lights. Or even worse, variably. What? Where did I... Weird. Put something in production somewhere. Hey, Scalabone, how's it going? Thanks, P. Matthew. Right. This light I need to get rid of the sun for, because it makes it very difficult to tell. Yeah. Uncomfortable lighting. Oh, that's right. Need to decide what I'm going to do here. Do I get rid of this light? Oof. Dark. Kind of need something in here. The couch over there. Oh, that's what I'm going to do. 9. Just add a bit of lightness to the stuff in here. Because just lightening up the furniture seems to make a big difference in spaces like this. To making them feel... it adds a lot of lightness. Which is helpful. Oh, did I just mess up the exterior though? That bit. No. Because there's glass over them. Cool. Now I need to figure out how I'm going to get a light in here. How? How? Oh, hang on. That's another thing. Can modernize this door. You need to cast further, though I don't think you're going to go far enough. No. Oh, where can I fit a light? That's not going to look really wonky. No, I don't really need... I might just go on another couch, because this is not working. Or just lockers, actually. No. Yeah, just lockers, and then I'll put a light up here. That'll do. Info about space chickens. And 13 collars. And over here, let's pop a grinder and a drill. Over here, let's drop 3 of those. Now, one of the reasons I'm still using this old style of ammo is that it can be used for any type rather than me putting the new ammo in. Although I suppose I could start using the new one just to have a bit more variance. Just argued my way, convinced myself to not do something I was doing. So I have a whole bunch of different ammos. It looks a bit more interesting. See ya, Burnt Void. Move those up the top so I get them. I think I've lost something in chat. I was trying to work out what's being talked about. I totally missed something earlier. Anyway. Okay. We've got a little bit of loot. There we go. So. Must have remote control. Has remote control. Must have antenna with range and name. Has antenna with name and decent range. Dooby-dooby-doo. Guns at adequate range and idle movement off. Guns have ammo. Guns have range. Guns have idle movement off. Cool. Ammo done. Lighting's fixed. Will put some external lights on this though. Feel it needs some. pasted on the wrong thing. I think I just called something a corner light that very much should not be called corner light, but whoops. It's fine. It's fine. There we go. Yeah, that's better. I'm happier with this. Cool. Now just got to check the grid name and close the doors. Grid name. Door. Yeah, we should all be closed now. Yes. Good. You were talking about pioneering jump drives and not knowing destination details due to time. It takes observable light to reach us. Yeah. Blinking light coming from. Oh, that's on the thing. Confusing me. Alright, Telesto. Let's export you. So this brings it up to 37 ships in the mod. And back to Notepad. This one was going to be, yeah, medium? Hard. 4 large turrets and an extra one. Yeah, I'm going to put it up with the Columbus. So something I was talking about, I think, in the last stream, I kind of lost track of what I was talking about in the half-hour stream that got interrupted by my connection to Twitch being balked, was that I plan on making all of the cargo ships have various versions of themselves that update as your threat level goes up. So my plan is to have every single cargo ship spawn from the beginning right through till the end, which means I'll have, say, for the hard ones, there'll be an easy version of the hard one, which has just lots of guns. So you can choose not to engage with it, and if you don't engage with it, it won't be a threat. But if you choose to engage with it, it's got lots of guns, so it'll hurt you. At a higher threat level, that same ship will call in more drones. So it's got more guns, more drones. And then at the highest level, it might even spawn with a drone escort. Which is something I'd like to add to some of the spawns, so some of them actually come with drones ready spawned in. Because I think that'll make it a bit more interesting and a bit more variable as you go on. Do I have threat levels for the space ones? I don't think I do. I didn't put threat level checks for them, apparently. All right, that's done. Now I just need to get a pretty picture. Oh no, they did it again. Yeah. I think it looks kind of cool from that angle. I like these ships with the semi-ground down parts in various bits. They do just, to me, feel like they fit the Space Engineers aesthetic really nicely. Okie dokie. Do my thingy. Which thankfully Photoshop makes easy. This is another reason to use Photoshop for this sort of stuff, is I can use the clever selection tool to do that really quickly. Which makes that look like a lowercase h, which I'm fine with. JPEG. Telesto. Alright. 2 down. 8 to go in this batch. Oh, I did. Dang it. Did miss a bit of that. Fixed. All right. This next one's a bit more interesting. I think I'm kind of proud of finding the essence of the ship that I like and making something of it. So you can see the very ship shape down here is continued up here. But a lot of those big flat surfaces are broken up. So down here we've got the big black flat area. And instead of that being all flat, I've made some of it grey and then made the bits with the thrusters, left them black. The grey allows you to see the depth that's added with these extra little ridge lines. Because this isn't going to go through water, it doesn't need to be smooth. And it's one of these things like, yes, in the real world we would have these surfaces be quite smooth and flat, but they'll also have a gentle curve to them. And in a game, because we can't do those sorts of shapes, you just have to break up big flat surfaces. You cannot have a consistent same surface with a repeating texture. It is something that just immediately triggers to you as a player, that's not real. And so it takes you out of the moment. So you have to break it up with various things, and adding three-dimensional depth is a really nice way to break up surfaces. It's something you have to do in all of these block building games, and is fortunately a bit easier in Space Engineers to do with nice detail than it is in something like Minecraft. But it's still something you need to do to try and break it up. Then for the roof, instead of having again a big flat surface, I've broken it up and added 2 little things that are the fake fuel tanks. I'll admit, somewhat inspired by Capac's shuttle thing from his solo survival streams. And then this little area at the back was just something different that I thought to do. Legendeer, I also mentioned earlier Survival Impossible is going to return, but it'll probably be in July when I get into my new house. That's the quickest way I can summarize that. Yeah, Jackson, the fake tank thing, you kind of either have to have a big flat area that you're like, oh, what am I going to do with this? Or you have to plan ahead to have them in there from the beginning, I think. But I feel like adding these sections out the side here and adding the railing is enough to break up this roof surface so that it still feels okay. And this isn't even a spaceship. This is an Atmo one, which I have to test with the script because I'm not sure it's going to have enough thrusters. It's got 10. It's got 4, 10. Yeah, 10. I can count. It's got 10 of them, but that might not be enough. These are slightly bigger than a refinery. So, we enter aboard the ship, which I think I might replace these interior... replace these passageways with the new ones. Maybe. We then head underneath some cargo containers, and then we got new ones here. Yeah, I've got to replace the other ones. Down to a gyro with some red lighting. Up here. Into some living spaces. And you can also walk up, and there's gangways around the cargo containers leading to the cockpit. Which you can also walk down these sides and get around back there. Yeah, just a bit more interior detail. I've got to change this. Not sure why that. But I want to leave that open. No, I might do the ramp and then... Yeah. So, these new passageways I'm mixed on. They work right for the right build. They're just not... They're not generic enough. I think. These ones are really generic. So you can add stuff to make them feel right. These ones are really situational. I'm not sure this thing can fly in planetary gravity. Let's just check with the script, shall we? Before I get too excited. Because might need to do some interior remodeling to fit some more thrusters in. Nope, it cannot fly. Okay. Let's do some rework. And from inside here, if I ditch one of these cargo containers, which apparently had stuff in them, oops. Then... huh. I'll just chop out those 3 blocks. Stick it back together. Make it a bit shorter. Will it look funny if it's that short though? It might do. It's kind of the right length for what it is. So my reasoning for getting rid of that cargo container was if I removed it, I should be able to place in more thrusters in here. Do-do. Yeah, Eisen, that might be a good idea. Make it so we can actually access this top deck, because currently you can't. Currently the railings are there just for show. Alright. No, not going to be able to use that style stair. Going to have to use these. Oh, where did that just go? Oh, I hate when I do that. Where have I placed some random railings? Oh. Probably in here somewhere. Oh, yeah. There they are. Go. That block and that block. Let's see how awkward this looks when you're walking up it. It's okay. It's not great. I don't usually like having the two 45-degree pieces together like this, as it makes the roof feel really low when you're walking down, but I think in this situation it's kind of necessary. Deal with that. So there we go, we got our roof access. I just got to think of what else to fill this space with. Alright, let's check that script again. Batteries. Maybe. That's a good point, Laws. If you lose gravity, that style of stair is not usable. So with this, the two 45-degree bits. However, this is an atmospheric ship, so we'll always have gravity. But it would mean you'd have to remodel that if you wanted to take this to space at some point. Where's my programmable block? Did I delete it? I think I did. Whoops. There we go. Now we got enough lift. That's probably enough for like 1.3. So I can't move the cargo container from where it is. Oop. Oh jeez, more mess around here. I've got Back down here. Access to the top, you're required to go all the way down here and then walk up these stairs. And you walk back down here and you've got these. Maybe instead, let's lose these stairs altogether. Fly false in that is because the script is currently set to calculate if you can fly in 1.9 Gs. I mentioned earlier that Lucas had made a more up-to-date version of the script for me and I've misplaced it. That up-to-date one told you, I think, what planetary gravity it can fly in, rather than just giving a true-false. No, I don't like that. I kind of want to cover up the thrusters. Nuts. Yeah, it's true, Pixel Piranha, but it's much nicer if the thing just calculates it for me rather than me having to do the maths in my head and messing it up. But the stuff that the script does, which I can't just do in my head, is the whole... come on, brain. Is the whole... Why is my brain not working? The whole calculation of what thruster output I have at certain altitudes. That bit I can't do in my head. Nope. Oh man. So not sure what to do with that space now. And has those of you that have seen me do these streams before would know when I lose a clear idea, I just tend to go and mull it over while I'm in another space. I do like the long corridor, but I really also think it would be nice to have a way to get up to the bridge from there, but I think I'm going to have to return to the old plan of there's an access way here. These blocks. That goes there. can't block up that vent. That's... How can I do this so that it works and covers that up? I don't think I can. Let's go ladder. I'm gonna have to come through here with the painting tool soon, because I have messed up the greys and they need to be a little more consistent, I think, for this build. I'm just going to ignore you guys talking about my mathematical inabilities. Let's just start from scratch here. Okay. Passage with light. Then door. Doors. Door. And also... a light there. Oh, there is a light there. There you go, now there's a little platform you can actually stand on. Yeah, no, I wasn't offended with what you guys were talking about. I was just like, I need to focus. Because I'm very much struggling to figure out how to work with this ship right now. Want corridor feels, but also kind of want to cover up those things. So, how will this work? See, how does this work on the floor? Interesting. Not a fan, but could work in certain circumstances. Passage, passage, passage light, passage. And might get rid of that block and put one of these in there too. Alright, so you get on board. It's all nice and dingy. It opens up a little bit. I'll need some lights in here to show this cargo container off. In fact, I might get rid of these internal slopes altogether. I think. Oh, that's why that was a thing. What does timer do? Oh, stuff that's not going to be in there anymore. Anyway, I can just get rid of it. Does that mean I can... Nope. Nope. Can't get rid of those bits. I was tempted to remove them and replace them with interior walls, but nope. Nope, nope, nope. Oh. Armory. That ain't right. There we go. You got a little armory as you come past. Yeah, that works. This bit. How do I do this bit? How am I going to make this something I'm happy with? Oh! Yeah. Doop. Doop. How's this going to look? Just for something different. Forgot to look at all the different passages there are. Oh, maybe the passage 2 side will be better. Yeah, that's better in here. So if you are looking for the more generic one, the passage 2 I think is better. But the passage 2 doesn't have a light. Which is annoying. Not what I meant to press. What is under the floor here? Conveyor. So I need a light in here. This one's been quite a lot more of a challenge than I expected it to be, this build. Alright, let's see how this feels. We walk... Whoop. We walk in here. We've got passageways, we've got another door. Have a... you know, a room to dress in off to the side. Could potentially put one on both sides, but I kind of like it being unilateral. Then we come through to here. The passage changes its feel a bit as we go underneath the cargo container, through another set of doors, and this needs to change. Then we get down to here. And then we go up the ladder. we're into nicer. Yeah, I probably could lose that conveyor. It is piped to a connector though. And that's the remote control block. Ah. Alright. Fill out our passageway. Lose the warhead. I tend to not have warheads on the atmospheric ones especially. They're so devastating to the terrain and everything that I'm just not a big fan of having them. Like, something to remember with these mods is I'm also making them so I can use them. So I want them to behave the way that I like things to be. What's this gonna look? So I tend to like to keep my terrain mostly intact if I can, because it looks nicer. Thanks, Jaren Corgi. Yeah, the new passageways look good in an industrial area. Passage 2, I think you could get away with in more spots, but Passage 3 is the ones with the lights. It's so annoying they didn't make these with a light as well. Why? Why not give us light in both options? I don't understand. Anyway, these look good in, I think, more areas, but these pretty much, because of the yellow piping, only really work in industrial spots. But I'm so glad they've finally given us a light block that isn't just a light. Oh yeah. Could sneak a sneaky turret in somewhere here. Maybe. Although I think there's thrusters mostly behind this wall. Although, this isn't a thruster. Yeah. Okay. Finally, the below decks feel like what I wanted. See, these passage 2s fit in with the rest of it, because color wise you haven't added that extra bit of yellow. Now, what to do from up here? I think what I might do is this. Ah, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. And we add a set of stairs in here. And a set of stairs opposite. Catwalk. And voila. We now have cargo access. And a vague, believable reason for this giant hollow in the middle of our ship. I'd make a not polite to stare joke, but that's a step below even my quips. I can't stick an LCD there. Nerds. No, I can't do that. I suppose if we put 3 across, I could do that. Yeah, I wonder if some neons around here could break it up. So not sure what to do with this space. I'm almost tempted just to leave it. Oh, that's... So let's at least put an LCD here. Oops, accidentally used the same one. And I think I need to add some color in here as well. I think that's the other problem. The only color we've got is this yellow container. Everything else is grey. Spare an LCDs, you reckon? At some point, I'm going to need to do one of these streams and have a whole, like, do a stream of just making new LCDs for use in this pack so that we can have different, generic, but a bit more variety to everything. Quartermaster should have a desk. I can't think of where to put a desk here that wouldn't break it up, oddly. Because of the way the slopes are covering up the atmospheric thrusters, I can't do much unless I made the stairs only on one side, but I kind of like the symmetry here. I'm torn. I am torn. I guess I could put a desk up here, actually. we get rid of that one, I can then do this. So I'm just thinking about how those things are going to stay attached. If I put that catwalk there, and then put a railing out here, when I remove anything else out here, it'll still work. So there we go, we've got a desk up here now. Breaks things up a little bit more. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. A desk against the cargo just kind of breaks it all up a bit too much. I mean, if I was going to put a desk, you could argue you could put one just here facing against this, but I don't really have a way to cover it up that I'm happy with. Yeah, I think I'm going to stop before I end up spending years on this, because I easily could. Yeah, you're not wrong. The desk does look kind of funny. I have a way to make it not look funny though. Or look less funny. I think that sort of works better. Yeah, awesome, Tommaso. I wish you could put stuff on the desks too. I wish they had variants of the desks. Because you'd think that'd be a really easy thing to do from an artist's point of view. And from a programmer's point of view, the desks are decorative blocks, so they don't have anything to them. You could have a desk that has a programmable block on it, like a small grid programmable block type thing. You've got a desk with some coffee cups. You've got a desk with some other bits and pieces. So you could have like 3 different versions and the empty one. And it'd be really nice, because it would add some really nice detail to a lot of the builds. Alright. I think I'm just going to leave this one as a bit of an unusual one. But I really need some colour. This grey is killing me. Or at least I need some lighter colour. Feel. A little bit better. It's annoying, there's so many catwalks around here, I don't think I'd get away with painting them all yellow. Even though I'm vaguely tempted to do it. Okay, let there be lights. Thanks, Kalen. Yeah, I don't know when it was suggested to me, but it was, I think, during survival, maybe. Someone was like, you should really try and start making your lights have a little bit less pure, crisp white, because it makes your spaces feel differently. It might have even happened during the time I was messing with the volcano lair, as that was a spot where I'd done a lot of that sort of style, where I'd been messing with the light colors to make it have a particular mood. And I think just having that more yellowish color really brings a different feel to a space. Takes it from being somewhere really sterile to being somewhere that you can imagine people have actually been in. Though sometimes I do deliberately go the sterile look. This just feels so different now. Still feels a bit dull up here. At least the LCDs break it up a little bit. Which, you know, helps. Not as much as I'd have liked. Yeah, I wonder... Yeah, maybe I'd go with... Let's try battered before we go rusty. And see if a bit of battered texture will break things up a little bit. That's the roof, though. I can't really mess with that because it'll be visible. Unless I go... Nah, the edges kind of ruin that. See, this is the thing. I'm actually someone who prefers the not clean armor skin in most situations, because the clean ends up looking really kind of boring. But since it's been used everywhere, I'm not going to go and replace the whole lot because it'll take me forever. Okay. Yeah, I'm leaving this. I'm leaving this before I get... I've already spent ages on this ship. I'd like to try and get more than 3 ships done today. You just wanted lived in, not quite Millennium Falcon lived in. Yeah. Yeah, that's accurate. Okay. It's all pretty grey, but it is what it is. I wonder if I can get away with this. Is this going to look terrible? Oh no. I hate that. Does beige work running down the sides, or as Eisen like to call it, sand? What do you guys reckon? Better with or without that? The first response is yuck. Oh, but the next 3 are the 4. 5. People say better width. It looks like something I wore in the 90s. Yeah, I think I agree with you guys. I think it's a terrible color. I'd be open to changing it up, but I kind of went with a dull color for this on purpose. I like the idea, not sure the color. All right, let's see if I can yellow up the color a bit more. See how that looks. Here we go. Let's see if this is any better. Nope, missed one. I actually prefer the paler colour. Oh man, that's not right either. Take the saturation down. Let's try this. This is gonna be different. Oh yeah. This could work. Sometimes I like just throwing caution to the wind, doing something that I think is going to be stupid on the rare off chance that it kind of works. Yeah. I don't want to go too dark. I don't want to go dark because this whole thing's dark grey. Like, whatever this color is, it needs to be on the lighter end of stuff. It is a bit lilac. But maybe I need to go with more vibrance, whatever I pick. Oh. It's toothpaste. I think I like this one the most. Soothing medical ward. Yeah, yeah, it kind of is. Alright, let's just do. Try it in a bit more bold. Yeah, 100% is a bit much. Let's bring it back, but more than the other one, less than that. Ah, the Listerine flyer. Doesn't look any different. Too subtle. Oh, hold up. Yes, first I bemoan the clean skin, then I make it minty fresh. How's that? I think this... Yeah, I think... Like this ship needs some color. It's... I don't do all grey ships. But all white, sure. But all grey is just... Like the greys, you lose so much detail. Right, we're going with this. Color chosen. And also the battered texture is much better for these little fuel pod things. I almost need to switch into survival mode so that I can vary the tint of the thing with the spray tool a bit. Like, if I did this. That doesn't all completely match on these side panels. There we go. Yes, external lighting is the thing. Might just do a walkthrough on the inside to make sure I haven't painted anything I didn't want to, or that there isn't anything on the inside I want to change the colour of. No, Laws, that was not intentional. Although I didn't put those panels on the outside originally, that was part of the original design. It's not a splitsy decision, that's just it was there. Like that when I moved in. Huh. Huh. How is it the same color? It's a very different colour. Yeah, so the bathroom blocks. So these ones with the seat for the toilet, they can't have a light. These showers could, because there's no seat. They could easily turn this into an actual light. And then that would be a really cool way to introduce another light element into these blocks. And because loads of us will pair a shower block with a toilet, that'll then give you the light right next to it, which would be really handy. So, you know, maybe we'd be able to convince Keen to change these to actual lights rather than just emissives. Who knows? Because they could just make every shower block be a light. It wouldn't have to be two variants on the same thing. It could just be every shower block has a light. This painting sequence brought to you by Spritzy. Well played. Cool. I don't appear to have painted anything I didn't want to. So we're good. I think this ship is almost ready to go. Also, Keen still haven't given me the railing pieces that I wanted. The ones that fit at the top of, that would fit at the top of ladders. So that'd be really nice. Okay, I think it's checklist time for this grid, finally. I'd be happy with ladders that weren't so awkward. Yeah. So, all builds must have remote control. Let's just check that I got rid of that programmable block on the outside while I remember it. I did not. Such a different color. I love that it's a different color to everything else. Anyway, have remote control. Antenna, range, and name. It's just called the ship. I kind of want to give this thing a name. Anyone know what ship is in a different language that might be interesting? Ship or boat? Name it the Colgate. Okay, maybe. Oh, hang on. It could be the Freshmaker. There we go. Freshmaker. Ah. Yeah, Maori is a good language to pick stuff from. And a lot of the Polynesian languages, I think. Keep the Freshmaker away from Clancola. Now, this is the first ship I've properly renamed of anyone's, so I normally stick with whatever people have done, but when it's just called the ship, I kind of need to. Oh, lettering. Yeah, alright. Yeah. Let's grab the letters. Now, do I just do FM, or do I try and write Freshmaker all the way down the side? Freshmaker. Oh, yeah, it fits. Has to be in this color though. Oh, this is going to look interesting. What do you guys think? Alright, it's getting it. It's keeping it. Should have done both sides at the same time. Oops, forgot the second E. Oh man, that is... I kind of love it. I'm a little bit terrified of what people are going to make of it, but I kind of love it. What? Put, Cool. Now what guns does this thing have? It's got this gun under here, which I think we need to lose. Whoops. It's got one gun on top, one gun at the rear. This thing needs more guns. It's got some internal guns. Now you need to add about 50 guns, so it's armed to the teeth. Oy. The puns are strong today. Yeah, we got one Gatling and then one interior. I know, I just removed one Jackson. Jeez. I was going to replace it with a big one. Under here. That's got a chin turret. In fact, I might just do 3 big turrets on the outside. Like that. Because if you broadside this thing, it'll be able to hit you with all 3 turrets. Okay. Needed to do lighting on the outside, that was the other thing. This seems to be what happens every time I do these streams. I have the plans to get lots done and then I just get distracted by one build and I spend most of my time doing it. Someone remind me before I wrap up this stream, which isn't happening terribly soon yet, but I want to post the Cerberus on the workshop while it's still in use by us in Escape from Purgatory. A variant filled with Clang Cola. Maybe in the future. I mean, I should make this one at least have Clang Cola in the large cargo, so I'll go put that in there in a sec. But I haven't done the loot yet. Put the story loot on. Yeah, Scruzz. Just remember, folks, you don't need to sort out lighting because Splitsy will do it for you. Thanks. Yep. To be fair, though, there have been some ships that have done their own lighting, and I have left it because I've liked what they did with it. Just, like one thing that I will say with submissions to the mod when I reopen them, don't go too dark. People don't live in dark spaces if we can avoid it. In general, like even those of you who don't like having much sunlight in, you don't tend to see people liking living in really dingy places. So like the prison ship, it's dark because it's a prison ship. Who cares what they want? The cargo ship that I did last time, the one with the yellow stripes down the side, Funky Bacon's one, it had specific interior lighting that matched what the theme was. So I think it's important to have an idea of what you're trying to achieve if you're messing with lighting, because lighting changes the feel of a place enormously. Okay. I think we can continue and do some checks now. This I set up already, didn't I? Yeah. Yeah, Nez. That's kind of something I try and stick to a little bit, is keeping the interior, like the cockpit of a ship, fairly, keeping the light away from reflecting off the glass if you can do that. Right. Turrets. So I gotta put, yep, just ammo in the 2 exteriors that I added. Tint the spotlight. Alright, let's try it. That seems reasonable. There we go. Spotlight's tinted to match. Excuse me. Sorry about the coughing. Okay. Turret range, ammo's in, lighting's done. Now I need to do some random minor loot. So while I'm setting up some loot around here, oh, laws. I don't want to spend all my time mint maxing one ship. Yes. Clang Cola. So, if you guys have something funny you want me to put on a thing that fits with this thing being called the Freshmaker, let me know and I'll pop it on a data pad as I go around. Can't think of anything obvious at the moment, other than putting a Clang Cola in nearly every seat. Ooh. Oh, thanks, Twisted TDT. Don't forget to floss. What could we do with don't forget to floss? Did I just... Oops. Oops. That was a mistake. I didn't think it had actually spawned me 10,000 in a thing. Oh no. Oh no! That's bad. Can I do a respawn in creative mode? Yes. What the? Okay, that was bizarre. Nope, that's not the way out. This is the way out. Where did my body go? yeah, I should add gravity, check gravity fields. Come on. Yeah, the game seems to hate keeping me the same color, so I keep changing to blue, which is annoying. Alright, I'll do. Well, Caveman Andy, the reason I actually didn't want a loot all button there. They should add one, but I didn't want one there because I didn't want to pick up all those data pads. Those data pads were causing the horrible performance issues you were just saying then. So I wanted to ditch them, and I figured killing myself and respawning was the easiest way to do it. I will be back in just a moment. I need to take a quick bio break, and then we'll finish up this ship and move on to the next one. And that wasn't helpful. My Be Right Back screen didn't work. Why didn't my Be Right Back screen work? Annoying. 10,000 data pads seemed to cause performance issues. Where have I put it? There we go. Nope, that's an old one. Okay, apparently... I don't know where that Be Right Back screen... What have I done with it? No, it's not in streams. Erg. Where are you? It's not... weirdly, it's not in this, because this is the old one. This is this one. I'm going to leave you with this one for now, because Oof, that's loud. And I'm back. I'm back. Oh man, living through. I do love looking at all those old time lapses of Survival Maybe. Brings back so many memories. Fake email from MNTS HQ to all ships. Subject: morale. Ensure that no matter what comes to you in this unfresh life, that MNTS stays full of life. Awesome, Laws. Love it. I have my Up and Go, my midstream snack. Data pad. Inventory. Whoops. Let's go. In this unfresh life, that MNTS stays full of life. Yeah, sure, Natamir. Send away. Alright. That needs to go somewhere. Where? Okay. I might add that one from Tommaso as well. Let's go. Why not? Oh man, you guys are giving me too many. Yeah, that's not what I wanted. Well, because I've actually got cargo of cola, I can't do cargo of mints, so it makes more sense that they're confiscating mints. I need another data pad, but I don't want 10,000 of them. Alright, this'll do. I think 3's enough. Why does that keep happening? There we go. Yes, Capax log 1024. They confiscated my mints again. I know the policy and I don't care. I need my minty freshness to contrast against the one I just did, which was confiscated some mints from the crew again. They knew the policy. Keep any and all contraband away from the cargo when in transit. Cool. So we got some random loots. We got some data pads. He's nice. I like this. Then, where's my checklist? He'll take the company issue dentures like everybody else. Grid name, close the doors, get out of here. All right. Doors closed. Info, Freshmaker. All right. Yeah. Control C. F11. Export. Now this one, I think we should do the screenshot above Mars. Because of the colors, I think the contrast against the orange will be nice. Yes, it has a remote control block. I did the rest of my checklists earlier. So I know it has a remote control. I know it has an antenna, which is set correctly. It has all the guns set up correctly. So it should all be good. Okay. Yep, closed the doors as I exited just before. I'm no heathen. What I need to do now is Atmo ships. Oh, that's right. I need to run that programmable block again with the script so I can tell how much gravity this thing can take. $13.99. I don't want to do maths. Okay, you can handle 1.3. That'll do. So I now need... Not that. I need vacuum. I need Atmo. I need export. Don't actually need that one. So we go back to atmospheric cargo ships. Bring the Freshmaker in. Bring up our spawn group's Atmo. Now, the Freshmaker's got 3 turrets, but they're pretty spread out. So I might call it a medium, maybe? Yeah, let's call it a medium. Let's copy this one. Copy the Bison. And then in max gravity, I change that to 1.3. I'm also going to change all of these while I'm thinking of it, because they don't need to be low threat, because they're using the exact same behavior as the others. Oops. The nice thing about me doing things this way, where even these bigger ships can spawn early, is you're going to see a lot more variety in the ships right from the very beginning, which I think is something that's been a bit lacking in my experience playing with the mod, especially on high G worlds, which is unfortunate, but it'll be nice to have people who start on Earth be able to see a whole lot of different ships right from word go. From MNTS HQ to all captains, we know that morale is important, but please do not be quite so literal in interpreting open door policies during orbital missions. Yes. All right, so we got the Freshmaker in there. Need to go back to Photoshop. Grab my picture, which I went away from. Try and find that video. Well, happy snappy. This definitely needs some contrast boosting. Yeah. Yeah, that works. Ugh. No. Ugh. Michael Bay. Ugh. Can't believe I have to share a first name with that guy. Atmo. What? Michael Bay's name's actually Archibald? What? What? That can't be true. No, his real name is Michael Benjamin Bay. I think I think Michael Bay is a very good director of photography. He's not a good director. No, don't want to do that. Let's do this. No, I'm just going to leave it. I'm going to leave it. I don't mind that it's covered up. You can see the name up here. At least you aren't named after an English muffin. What? uh, I'm going to have to redo this shot. It does cover up the name weirdly. I have an idea of how to fix that. All right, this is just going to completely cover up the E. That's fine. That's the wrong layer. Oh, wait, I didn't levels it first. Don't know why, but every time I use Ansel, Or often when I use Ansel, it seems to cut out, like it seems to lose a lot of that top end. Meh, that'll do. Instead of the letters, just an arrow. No, I want the pictures to be consistent between all the different ships, because all of these pictures, the reason I'm making them as I'm going along, all of them are going to be on the workshop page for these things. So every single picture is going to be uploaded onto the workshop page so you can flick through and see what all the ships are. Assuming Steam will let me upload that many, which I haven't checked. Oh well, I'll find out. We'll call it the Freshmaker. Yes, minus an E. All right. That's done. Now we have ship number 4 for today. We have the Manta Transporter. Now, let's see if I can get the... I think the sun's relatively okay where it is, but maybe there would be better. So, when I look at this ship, the main things that kind of jump out at me as a theme of the ship, as something that will immediately make whatever I build feel connected to this in some way. It's that arching shape going over the cargo containers with a bit of a rounded edge to it. Now, I'm not a fan of repeated catwalk blocks, particularly. Repeated catwalk blocks highlight the grid nature really, really obviously. And so I don't tend to like them I tend to use them as sparingly as possible. Because you look here and you're like, yep, that's 9 grids long. I know exactly how long that is because I can just look at it at a glance and I don't even have to think hard. The grid is just so obvious. So a big part of changing this design up was removing those catwalks, but keeping some of the design elements they added. So these 2 lines along each side here, I've replaced with half slabs and the half corner slab things. Then this curved shape down to here with the thrusters, if I make that bigger, if I make that curve out of 3 blocks instead of making it out of a single curved block, I can actually hide the thrusters in the wall it creates. So we've still got that curve, and we've got thrusters that sit embedded in it a lot more neatly. And then I've also been able to kind of add in a little bit of a grabby claw look to it. But you can kind of see, for want of a better term, the DNA of this in this. So I feel pretty happy with the changes I made on this one. Now, I'm not sure about filling out this space or not. I haven't decided yet, but I did put the merge blocks back in, and I used a grey colour to add a bit of extra depth so that this surface wasn't completely flat, but not dominate with this blue everywhere. And that's also why I introduced this grey and then this lighter grey in here, as well as bringing a cockpit in, because the one below was a drone, but this is actually a pilotable ship with a little bit of an interior to it. So I think this kind of... I think this does it justice while bringing it into the style of the rest of the builds. Also, I feel like this stair at the front really worked out quite nicely. Which is also why I used these ramps here instead of using the 2x1 slope blocks. Yeah. That's not a bad idea. Hey, tops a hick. Maybe I will do 2 variants on this one. I don't typically these days do multi-variants on each ship because it's taking me so long to get through the ships as it is. But this one could be an interesting one to just have one with cargo, one without. And if I am doing cargo, let's just copy this. Then, where did I put merges? Oh, nuts. I left 4 blocks between. That was a mistake. I think large cargo containers underneath this. Oh no, they actually do kind of work. Huh. Yeah, maybe I'll do hydro tanks. That's not a bad idea, Eisen. Then I don't have to worry about putting any cargo in them. I can be lazy. Then I have to decide what color. Do I go yellow like the original? I think I should. Well, maybe that sort of color. It needs maybe a little cleaner or something. Okay. What to do with the armor around this though? Sure this is right. Oh, yeah, maybe the neons are the way to go. Why do I call the my Twitch currency thing my... What are they called? What are the points? Channel points? Channel points, that's the term. Why do I call my channel points meat shields? Because Capac's a meat shield. And I spend my meat shields. So I couldn't think of a better channel point thing. I'm open to suggestions on that one because I really haven't come up with a better idea yet. Oh no. Dang. Those plates up there block me from putting stuff on the inside. Dragnon, the reason I won't make it as like a base start drop is just so that I'm not providing assemblers and things in the build. But I guess that could be an alternative option. Just thinking if I grind these down, or even if I don't. Karma's Evil Twin, it will stop it from connecting and merging to become the same grid if you put something where 2 blocks would then occupy the same space. It is an impossibility as far as Space Engineers is concerned. Go. Wait. Alright. That's going to be enough linkages. Let's see how it looks if I grind them down, which I'm going to have to be super careful about because it's really easy to grind what's underneath. I love when I see a message in chat that comes up at the same time I start doing something. I feel like those ladders should be ground down a bit. I agree. Oops. Needs to go that one further. Yeah. It is nice when that level of synchronization happens between chat and what I'm doing. Means we all agree on what I'm doing, or at least me and whoever wrote it. Oh, yeah, I could try adding the rusted texture. We'll have a look. I'll just finish this row off and then I'll add the rusted texture to it and see how it looks. Because it'll bring back that brown. Heavy rust. What do you guys reckon? Silver or rust? I think I'm leaning rust. Yep. I managed to luck out and pick a color for the tanks that actually really works with it and doesn't make it look like it's weirdly rusty. It just looks like it's painted to match, but just a bit worn. Whoops, painted the tank. Don't want to paint the tank. Tank is too much. Okay. That's all. No, I missed that one, Laws. I think I'm going to try and limit the number of running jokes between different builds. The thing I like about the jokes on data pads rather than jokes as part of a strictly part of the build is you have to engage with the data pad to see it. So if you're sick of seeing the same joke over and over again, you don't have to. And I just ground that whole ladder off. I think last time I spoke about this, I was talking about the good AI is watching you thing from the rotary airlock mod, which is something that's always kind of bugged me that the mod author put in there, because it's a joke that's right in your face and not really funny after the first time. To me, anyway. So I'm kind of conscious of avoiding those same sorts of things. And I'm aware humor is very personal, so some people will enjoy those things. I just don't. And that's okay. We don't all have to like the same things. Maybe I do want to do this. Thanks, Wolfman. Yeah, that's true. Capac dying repeatedly is always funny. In fact, let's be fair to Capac. Me dying repeatedly is usually funny too. As proven by us playing with the magnesium rolling it down the hill in the last Escape from Purgatory. Put some neon corners in the corners. Yeah. Let's have a look at what blocks might fill and make that look connected. So I'm not sure neons are going to do the trick. So I think their linkage piece. If we grind that down. That's not too bad. It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. It's not as wide as I would like it to be. I wonder what a corner light will look like. Corner light build state. Yeah, the neons look better. No. Yeah, I think I want the little curvies in there. There we are. And last thing. Those looked weird in blue. There we are. We have a cargo variant. Pretty happy with that. Kabak is Kenny. Or at least he was. He used to be. He would die every episode, usually at the... in a way that made everyone around him laugh. Did I leave a... I don't think I did. I'll just have a light on the outside then. Oh, I don't have room for it. No! Oh. Nuts. Nuts, nuts, nuts. Maybe this will work. So what I'm trying to do here is use these lights to penetrate through to light up inside, as well as making some sense on the outside. I like to think that I'm not the only one that understands Kabak. I do feel I understand him better than a lot of others, though. Okay, so if we put that up, that should get back inside. Create some light in here. Yeah. The weird white light is coming from the interior lights on the other side in the cargo area, which I'm going to replace in a second. Get rid of that. Don't do that. Why do I do this to myself? Radius. Nice and high for these. Hopefully they'll light up the cargo a bit. We'll see in a second. I bet they're too short. I might have to switch up to interior lights instead of corners. That would be a yes, although that does kind of look cool. Whoops. Yeah, I guess let's... Depends which way the offset's going. I don't like fiddling with offsets and on lights too much because it can often create a really false look. Give me the light. No, I don't want the thrust light. Give me the... Light, light, light. Like... Does that feel... It's not horrible. But I think I'm going to stick with just more lights. Like so. How does this feel inside now? Feels okay in here. Yep. Good. Close the one door. And I think we've got a completed result. Let's bring some daylight back. Yes, Eisen, I said more lights. But not too many lights. And I just realized I hadn't ground these ladders down. Alright, back to the checklist. Must have remote control. Control panel, remote, yes. In fact, I'm just going to rename that now because I need to rename it for the script to check what gravities this thing can work in. Antenna, range and name. We got the name. We do not have the range. Guns at adequate range and idle movement off. Yeah, guns. We've got 2 guns at the front. We've got 2 connectors at the rear. I might just put 2 in an interior. Maybe a pair of interiors at the rear. That's it. Making the obvious choice for attacking this thing. Chase it down. Whoops. Don't know why I pressed shoot then. And more ammo. Lighting's good. Some random minor loot. Yeah, Laws, I'd agree with that. So Laws just said, I think a dividing line between Splitsy and Capac is that I mold my reality to what Space Engineers gives me. So whatever its physics are, I'll adapt to that and I'll just accept them as they are. While Capac tries to impose his own sense of what reality is onto Space Engineers and dies as a result. And I think what you're seeing in Escape from Purgatory is me making that same mistake. Basically, I'm imposing onto a server scenario and my expectations of how things work in single player. And they don't. And I'm paying harshly because of that. Yeah, Wolfman. I reject your reality and substitute my own. Capac in a nutshell. Let's get a couple of pistols. And give the... No! And give the wrong magazine. Go. Why won't you... Right. Somehow numlock was off. That would explain what was going on there. Yep, I think that one works here. Things are looking up. Sweet. Random loot added. Keep forgetting whether I checked the proper grid name. I did not. Okay. Door is closed, and now I just need to check with the programmable block where this can fly. Where is it? There it is. Splitsy becomes Splatsy when he tries to Capac. Not necessarily. Sometimes I become Flipsy. It's not always Splatsy. Ooh. I can have a look at this. Can I... No, I can't add any more thrust. I was hoping I could make this a heavier lifter, but I don't think I can without extending the length of it backwards or forwards to try and accommodate more thrusters. So nope, that's all it's got. So 11.75. Alright, so this can take 1.1 G. So it can work on the alien planet at least. Copy. F11. Export to clipboard. Export clipboard to file. Then we go. Hit the folders. I think this has been one of my most productive streams yet. In terms of number of ships integrated into the mod in one stream. Yeah, Flipsy comes from wrong way down. Wow, I flipped the rover so many times. No, Faint Speaker. I have not set a date for when the mod will be updated on Steam. It's not going to be terribly soon. I really want the release as assertive combat systems to be something big, to be something genuinely different from the current experience. I want it to be a reason why I can relegate all of the other mods to retired and make sure that people just focus on this one. So I want to make it a genuinely game-changing thing compared to what you would experience with the previous mod. So for me, that means having lots of extra grids in it and having the grids function properly. So adjust to your behavior, well, adjust to your level of stuff. Stream has lots of puns. Stream makes lots of progress. Puns equals progress. Okay, picture time for the Manta, which again should be over Mars. Okay. No, wait. No, what am I doing? Not over Mars. This is atmospheric. Wake up, Splitsy. Down on Mars. Ghostfire, on the Discord, I am up. Well, in terms of the submissions, when does this one? Where am I at? So, J Matcher submitted this ship, the transport drone, on the 4th of October 2019. So that's where I'm at. A long time ago. And I think there's over 100 submissions between now and between where I'm up to and the most recent. A long time ago in a modding stream far, far away. Yeah, so that's why I've closed submissions, because I'm so far behind. It's like there's no reason to encourage people to make them when it doesn't look like I'm gonna get to those things anytime soon. So I decided to close submissions and just try and make some progress. Now, is it transporter or transport? Transporter. No, not transporters. And there we go. Manta Transporter, picture done. How many new normals is that? I don't know, Tommaso. I don't know at all. I do like that I'm making some decent headway on it though. Like I feel like in the last 2 months I've made more progress than I made in the previous 6. Now what's the time? I might come back to the rest of these in the next ACS stream that I do. And right now, what I'm going to do is create a workshop post for the Cerberus. Don't know which version it is though. Could be that one. Let's have a look. Oh, what? Oh, the daily needs stuff. Dang it. Alright. It's got daily needs blocks on it. Oh. Actually, I might ditch the daily needs blocks and make it vanilla. There we go. Oh, it's also got the high-powered spotlights. That's the other thing. You can still make it vanilla and then produce a bunch of them and put sensors and warheads and hide them on Purgatory, even if I make them vanilla. Because that would be kind of funny. I'll admit. Where's Mars? Hope I took this when I was finished it. What the? Well, that's not good. I thought damage would have been off on this world. Let's try that again. Does anyone remember? No, I think I've got the wheels made sandy. Although, this was meant to have that texture on it. I guess it doesn't. Whatever. Now, are there any blocks I missed? Because this was not easy to do with lag climbing underneath this thing. Oh yeah, this gives you guys a bit of a closer look at how I actually did the underside. So I made sure with this shuttle that I put small thrusters in every direction so that I can turn off all the large ones and still navigate around without smacking connectors into stuff. Which I thought was a sensible approach given Capac's destruction of connectors recently. Now, is everything still piped? I don't even remember. Oh, there we go. That's where the daily needs blocks were. That was an easy fix. Those are standard spots. So I must have... Wait, are these standard or are these high? No, they're high powers. Okay, gotta get rid of them. So something I've been doing recently, which I think makes a bit of a difference for driving at night, is making sure the bars on the spotlights are vertical. It seems to make a difference. Alright. I don't know what was on these. Suppose I should set up the hot bars for people. Hey, Pav. How's it going? Yeah, you'd think horizontal would be better, but if you have a look, with the bars being vertical, you don't lose any terrain information to the distance, so you can better pick exactly what's happening. Whereas when they're horizontal, if I switch them, if you imagine them being horizontal, I'll be missing bits of terrain as it's coming toward me, which makes it a lot harder to pick when something's wrong. So I think it's safer this way. Yeah, it's definitely a bit reminiscent of the Chomper because it's got the hydrogen thrusters at the back and it's a double wide. But it has an added function that the Chomper didn't have, which is vertical takeoff. Yeah, the Chomper had a shield, but who needs shields? I'm not making a rover drone. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Dang it, I was trying to land. I am publishing the blueprint of the Cerberus after I finish mucking around. Yes, the Chomper was not initially intended for space, but the Chomper Mark II was, because when I added the hydrogen thrust to it. Let's turn this way. Info. Cerberus shuttle, yes. Oh, hang on. I really hope this is actually vanilla. Pretty sure it is. At this point. Blue. Why so blue? You annoy me, space engineers, with this stuff that you're doing to me lately. Why can't you just leave my suit color alone? Huh? 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 Alright, time to take the screenshot for the thumbnail. That's really, really dark. Why is that so dark and contrasty? Where's the... Oh, it's because of the snow. There we go, let's bring some of that detail back. Does look like a sticker now, doesn't it? I'll bring the contrast back in when I do it in Photoshop, but I just wanted, because if I bring it back here, I actually get all the detail. If I make it flatter. Alright, I'll do. F6. Control B. And now we go to Photoshop. And we open a recent one that's got my thing on it. Yeah, sure. Grand Tour. That one will work. Where to put the Cerberus? How's it going to work on this? Or do I just not? Nah, it needs it. Needs it. Needs it somewhere. Kind of wish I'd given myself more room above the snow line on the capture I did. That's too much. Yeah, that's all right. Give me what I was looking. There we go. No. No. Not happy. I'm going old school. Simple. Add a bit of a... Not an outer glow. Drop shadow not visible. What have I done? Oh, I've turned effects off. Yeah. I think I'll just stick with that. anything else I was doing was just going to make it weird. This wasn't going to work with the shot, and I'm not sure I want to change the shot. I think that'll work. I'm happy with that. Now, for the joys of making thumbnails. Why does my numlock keep turning off? The joys of making thumbnails for Steam. Let's just save the PSD first. Now I have to try and find the level of JPEG that gives me a less than 1 meg image. Which seems to be that. I hope. Workshop. Yep, 714 kilobytes. Cool. So now I can go back to my Space Engineers folder and go to Blueprint and go to Local and go to somewhere in this giant list. Cerberus Shuttle Vanilla. Replace that with the JPEG. No, I said lowercase. What are you doing to me, computer? Publish. Yes. Rover. And ship. It's both. And sure, you can go to both. Okay. You're welcome, another Canadian gamer. Yes, I want to open the Steam overlay. There we are. The Cerberus is on the workshop. I actually remembered to do a thing. Edit description. Enough hydrogen thrust to lift off in 1.9 G. It'll take you and your friends anywhere you need to go. That will do. There we are. Sweet. I have no idea what my login is for mod.io, so I'll deal with that later. But yeah, that's what I wanted to do today. We've gotten 4 new ships for Assertive Combat Systems. I've got the Cerberus on the workshop. I'll have to tweet something about that or do something about it. And next time... Wait, Capac and I are back tomorrow. Yeah, Capac and I are back tomorrow. We will likely be playing on Twitch some... possibly Grounded. That's what we were talking about last week, but we'll see. But yeah, that's the most likely end. So probably Grounded tomorrow, starting at around 10:30 Sydney time, which is UTC plus 10. And then on Saturday, back with more Escape from Purgatory. This is all that, and plenty more to come. And I'll see you then. Thanks for coming, everybody. Have a great day.